is a student of constitutional law. Of course, he is junior to me, but by his intellect at his young age, he rose to the level of professor, principal of the reputed Madurai Law College, and he was designated as the registrar of Tamil Nadu National Law University, Tiruchirappalli, on behalf of our President of Law. I welcome you, sir. I am very duty if I won't specifically mention and welcome my dear friend Professor Inaugural. He was the former head of the Department of Legal Studies, University of Madras. Fortunately, he had the opportunity to do our LLM in the Department of Law under the leadership of the well-known Professor Rama. In fact, when we are doing our LLM, we too, Professor Ramos and myself, were the only person who got in our first in LLM. I welcome you, Professor Ramos. On behalf of our President School of Law, I welcome Dr. Narendra Nagarwal, Professor from Campus Law Center, University of Delhi. When I contacted him, in fact, when he said the approaches to all our universities, he was the first person to call me to forward a report. Sir, I am very much interested in this subject. I have been research for the past years in this area. So immediately I requested him to come over to Chennai and preside over a session for the benefit of our participants. On behalf of our research, all my dear faculty members, welcome you. And the entire program is for the benefit of our law students. So, as Dean of our President of Law, I welcome all my dear students of the President of Law. Finally, as convener of this international conference, I request and welcome all the participants who are coming over today from all over India. And as a dean, I am not only welcoming you, I wish you all the very best, because the very purpose of this international conference is knowledge sharing of knowledge. Bhagavad Gita Ariyai believes Agarwal only based on the purpose we have organized this international conference. So I hope every participant media.
Your words have set a positive and motivating tone for today's International Conference on Fiscal Federalism. We appreciate your warm welcome and your valuable insights, sir. Now, I welcome Professor Dr. T. Murugesan, Vice Chancellor, B.S. Abdul Rahman, President, Institute of Science and Technology, to deliver the presidential address. He received his PhD in Chemical Engineering from Anna University and has been involved in teaching, research, and industrial consultancy in chemical engineering and allied fields for the past 43 years. Professor Murugesan has completed 28 funded research projects worth 4.25 crores both in India and Malaysia. We welcome you, sir.
Very good morning to all. Today we have with us Professor Santosh Kumar, Vice Chancellor, Tamil Nadu Dr. Ambedkar Law University, Professor Vijay Kumar, former Vice Chancellor, National Institute, Law Institute, Bhopal, and other lawyers, judges, and dignitaries of the dais. On behalf of our senior management, our own deans, directors, and faculty of law school, I welcome you all to our PS Abdul Rahman Kasarli Institute of Science and Technology campus. Honestly, today I'm not a person of choice. I'm either a lawyer to discuss about passions, nor an economist to talk about physical diseases. I've been asked, rather, I've been forced by a dean to deliver this experience. I'm a bit scared before these laws. If there is anything mistake, immediately sue me and I take the vote of law. Anyhow, the given will be it's really a great pleasure for me to significant reforms, including the abolition of manufacture and based on 14 which is primarily on the physical relations between union and physical federalism in India has hardened and facing numerous challenges including transition from planned economy to a market mediated economy, globalization, and the changing political environments. The transformation of two-tier federation, India, multi-layered system, following 73rd and 74th constitutional amendments, the passing of fiscal responsibility and budget management, FISCAL, and the introduction of the goods and services tax revenue authorities. The system needs to be reoriented to create a competitive environment. This has been dissatisfaction due to the highly centralized system, impediments, and a common market, and regional aspirations to statehood. The future of this fiscal federalism in India is likely to involve further reforms to address these challenges and imbalances. That includes making the intergovernmental transfer systems and more equity-oriented, addressing the resource asymmetry between the center and the states, and managing growing regional tensions. In India, our constitution reflects the delicate balance between center and states, ensuring that resources, power, and responsibilities are divided in a manner that fosters both national development and regional progress as well. A balanced approach to resource distribution is a key to maintaining the integrity and the unity of any nation. A well-defined principle which applied effectively certainly ensures that resources are equitably distributed and all regions of the nation are empowered to contribute to collective prosperity. I hope and trust this conference certainly serves the challenges, explore the various solutions, and fostering the obligations across various disciplines of participants and care. At this juncture, my compliments to all participants in this conference to effectively use most of this opportunity to broaden our understanding, develop empathy, and help shape a more equitable future for everyone. I extend this sincere gratitude to all the speakers who are here today and participants who have joined us from various parts of this country. Your contributions will no doubt help shape future policies and promoting the deeper understanding of fiscal federalism in India and beyond. To conclude, I wish this international conference on fiscal federalism with special reference to Indian Constitution is a great success. I wish you all good luck and thank you very much.
Thank you for the wonderful words, sir. Your words have truly motivated and inspired us. We appreciate your valuable insights you shared with us. Thank you so much, sir. Now, I would like to welcome Professor Dr. M. Kachuddin, Pro Vice Chancellor, B.S. Abdul Rahman Crescent Institute of Science and Technology, to deliver the felicitation. He has an experience of 31 years in teaching and 35 years of research experience. His area of specialization is microbiology, that includes cyanobacteria and microalgal taxonomy and Biotechnology. He has a total of 410 publications, including 60 book chapter reviews and 3 papers in Nature Group journals. I welcome you, sir.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning to each and every one of you. அனைவருக்கும் எனது அன்பான வணக்கங்கள். Honorable Vice Chancellor Dr. T. Murugesan sir, Revered Chief Guest Professor N.S. Santosh Kumar sir, Vice Chancellor Tamil Nadu Dr. Ambedkar University, Law University Chennai, most respected Chief Guest Professor Dr. V. Vijay Kumar sir, former Vice Chancellor, National Law Institute, University of Bhopal, and our most respected and very energetic Registrar, Dr. N. Raja Hussain, our Senior Advisor, Alhaj Dr. Jalal Sir, Dr. Chokalingam, Professor Dean, Crescent School of Law, and Convener of this International Conference, Dr. Vijayalakshmi Ramalingam, Coordinator, and co-coordinators Dr. M. Samina Parveen, Dr. M.A. Salim Ahmad, Ms. Samsul Samira, other dignitaries of the dais and on the dais, my dear participants and student friends. I welcome you all for this today international conference organized by the School of Law in V.S. Abdul Rahman Crescent Institute of Science and Technology. As everyone knows that law is the foundation upon which societies are built and thrive. It serves as a framework that governs interactions, maintains order, and upholds justice. Law provides a structural environment that prevents anarchy and ensures peaceful coexistence. By establishing rules and that governs behavior, the law acts as safeguard against conflicts and the potential breakdown of the social order. Since I am basically a microbiologist, it would appear very childish if I say anything deeper to the law, because the doyens of law are sitting in the dais and off the dais. So as a microbiologist point of view, I like to share some of my views about the law, how it is useful for our existence in our country. So first thing is, from past 50 years we are telling that we are in a developing country stage. Today also we are in a developing country stage. One of the major problem is the pollution. So it is very difficult to solve the pollution problem, because our officials, government officials and ministers visited other countries, and then they invited the companies to establish in our country. So we do not having awareness on how much effluent comes out from the companies. So we are degrading our environment. So we are not having such kind of awareness. Only by the rules and regulations and law we can prevent this thing. So in this way, I like to share one of my experience in US laboratory, where I stayed 1 year in Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute. I visited the hostel, the Rensselaer Polytechnic hostel. One student from Sivagasi, he joined in the Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute, and he bring one Kuttalam towel. You know, the Kuttalam towel is a very attractive towel. He used the towel in this bathroom and washed this towel. It releases some of the dyes in the bathroom ditches. Some of the foreign students watch that when some red color comes from this bathroom, then they immediately telephone to Environmental Protection Agency. Within 10 minutes, the agency people come, nearly 5 people in the team will come to the hostel and ask the student. First they invite the students in a preliminary way. We are welcoming you from India. You are going to imbibe the knowledge, and you are going to get some corrected questions like that. After that, they ask, some red color water comes out from the water, from your bathroom. What is that? He slightly smiled and said, "It's nothing, sir. I washed some new towel." So usually new towel, whenever we wash some, dye will come out. Then they asked, "Why not you show this one again?" Then again he took the same towel and plunged it into water, and then squeezed it. Some quantity of the dye comes out. Then they got the proof. Then they said, "Man, all the way coming from India
you are spoiling our motherland. For this you are going to pay $1,000 fine. Now you just imagine the awareness of the other countries. Because of this strict law and order, the US is very clean, green environment. But compared to our country, not such stringent laws are there. Even though the pollution control board is there, I thank the pollution control board because previously all the wastewater emanating from the industry goes to the river and the other water bodies. They are spoiling the water. Now because of this stringent action, at least 80% of the industries are having their own biodegradation STP plant to purify the water. Still, we have to have some awareness on the public. So only law and order it is possible. Then we are very proud to say that our country is not in a plan to occupy even a single feet of land from other countries. So we are really very proud. But most of the people doesn't know that we occupied very huge land from Arctic and Antarctic region. We occupied. For example, during the 1981, our former Prime Minister Indira Gandhi, she ordered our Indian scientists to capture some of the land for our R&D activities. Then Dr. Syed Zafar Qasim, he was the Secretary of Department of Ocean Development. He led the first Antarctic expedition to Antarctica in 1981 and he captured some land and he established a research center called Dakshin Gangotri. So we marked our presence, international presence in Antarctica for doing the R&D activities. So this is because of our effort, then Prime Minister Indira Gandhi. Then later on, so if we capture this one, it is not legally come to us. So we follow the international laws, rules and laws, and our country signed the Antarctic Treaty, so that we officially capture the land from the Antarctic. Even Arctic also we developed another research station. So this is the only two places our country captured some land from the other continent for our R&D development. This is because of the rules, regulations for abiding the Antarctic Treaty aspects. We are getting this land to our country. Then, so another small incident I would like to mention here, because how the law is important for the individual people. For instance, when I was in US, I saw on TV channel, there is a live TV channel is going on in the work activities. One old lady, she purchased hot coffee. While trying the hot coffee, he consumed the hot coffee, some hot coffee spilled on his leg and it burned. So immediately she filed a case on the company. Going on the inquiry activities going on in the court. The company lawyer asked the old lady, so you bought this coffee, it is hot coffee, so you already know that. And you spilled your coffee, it is your mistake. Then you file the case against your company, you come to, we are claiming to fine nearly $3,000 US dollars. Then the lawyer of the lady, he argued like this. So we know that it is a hot coffee. We know that it is a hot coffee. But in the label, it is not mentioned what is the temperature. It is not mentioned. We thought that it is 18 degree or 20 degree or 25 degree. It is mostly more about 90 degrees. So it is not. So for that, you have to, as the end of the court case, the judgment is the company has to pay $2 million. $1 million go to the lady and another $1 million go to the lawyer. So such type of awareness is there. Here in our country, if you find any company, definitely you will be in a big trouble. So this kind of law activities must be there.
And the strength of the law I like to mention here, particularly in the New Jersey, one of my relatives shared his view, he shared his experience. In New Jersey, one company that is from one Gujarati, he opened one textile shop in New Jersey. In Thursday evening, he paid the from his family as well as the environmental protection will come awesome. Why you break the street? No, this is one. So we break the coconut in the street because we are getting rid of our ill effects. Then he said, there is no harm in breaking the coconut, but you have to collect all the broken coconut from this so that it is a kind of nuisance. Then they are not followed. So next week also he did the same thing. And they warned. He is not obliged. He is not followed the warning. And the third week, they just gave one sticker in his in his name. He have to pay $3,000 for causing this nuisance and breaking the laws. So after that, he wanted to break the coconut. It is like that because it is a stringent law. In US, we have to follow. In our country, this is not actually practiced in this one. So each and every aspects, law should interfere and regulate our society for our development and
maintain individuality. So with this point, I really appreciate the organizer, Dr. Sukulingam and his team for organizing this very wonderful international conference that is in need of the hour. Here our dignitaries and the dais and off the dais are wonderful. The participants are really cheerful. The organizers are helpful. And this conference will definitely be purposeful, thoughtful, useful, joyful, beautiful, successful, remarkable, and ever rememberable. With this, I really thank the organizers for giving this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you for your wonderful presentation, address, sir. Your kind words and insights have truly enriched our gathering. We appreciate your support and encouragement. We are grateful for the time you took to share your experience with us. Thank you so much, sir. Now, I would like to welcome Professor Dr. N. Raja Hussain, Registrar, B.S. Abdul Rahman Crescent Institute of Science and Technology, to deliver the presentation address. He is the backbone of our institution, and his experience in academics is truly commendable. I welcome you, sir.
வினையும் மண்ணையும் படைத்து அதில் நம்மையும் படைத்த இறைவனுக்கே புகழனைத்தும். A very good morning to all. B.S. Abdul Rahman Crescent Institute of Science and Technology, Crescent School of Law, organized this 2 days international conference on fiscal federalism with a special reference to the Indian Constitution. For this today's inaugural session, we have invited our eminent personality, a person who has dedicated himself for the upliftment of legal education in Tamil Nadu, and also he has rendered a great service for the faculty as well as students community. In particular, this is a great personality, Dr. Colonel Santosh Kumar, Vice Chancellor of our Tamil Nadu Dr. Ambedkar Law University, accepted and come over here to deliver the inaugural address for this international conference. So I take it as a great privilege and honor to associate with our chief guest. We welcome you, sir. Another important personality, Dr. Vijay Kumar, former Vice Chancellor of the same Dr. Ambedkar Law University. We welcome you, sir, on this happiest moment. And also, I have to mention our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. T. Murugesh, under his guidance, able guidance and support, we are able to provide a lot of facilities not only for the faculties and students. With the support of our Honorable Vice Chancellor, we can able to achieve so many things to bring more awards, rewards, appreciation, etc. for our institute. I have to mention and appreciate. And also I have to mention our Pro Vice Chancellor, Dr. Tajuddin. He is also a leading scientist. The recent Stanford University also declared as the great scientist among the world. The 2% of the scientist among the world is our Tajuddin. I have to mention and appreciate. And also mention our Dean, School of Law. He's a great, simple and humble personality.
He served in the government of Tamil Nadu as a director of legal studies, served as a principal in the various law colleges. Now he is occupying the position as a dean for Crescent School of Law. It's a great privilege and honor. Each and everyone we are appreciating his commendable services rendering in our institute. Same thing, I have to mention our the senior most served with our founder chairman. He has observed upon whenever find this place, he also came here and find this place and established the school, college and now the university. He is none other than B.L.A. Jala, our senior advisor here, I have to mention. Also, Madam Felicitation is going to propose the vote of thanks for this international conference today. With this program, we have so many sessions organized by the Crescent School of Law for these various technical sessions related to the physical federalism with a special reference to the Indian Constitution organized. For this wonderful conference, our eminent personalities are also sitting in front of the auditorium in the dais. Dr. Gauri Ramesh Madam, the Registrar of Dr. Ambedkar University. We welcome you, Madam, and felicitate on this occasion. Also, another the Registrar of our Tamil Nadu National Law University, Dr. Balakrishnan. We welcome you, sir, and appreciate and felicitate you on this occasion. And our my colleague, whenever we used to go and meet the law department, legal studies of Madras University, the mother university of all the universities in India in those days. 1857 it was started. It's a great university. He served as a head of professor in the department. Is none other than Dr. Ambrose. We welcome you, sir, and felicitate on this happiest occasion. Another important personality come over from Delhi University, Professor Narendra Agarwal. In spite of his specific schedule, you accepted our invitation and come over here to share your views on this topic. Really, it gives us an interest, and we welcome you and also felicitate you, sir, on this happiest occasion. And also another important professor from Osmania University from Hyderabad, Dr. Reddy. We welcome you, sir, and felicitate on this occasion. We welcome our another advisor, Dr. Masood Zamani of our university. We welcome and felicitate all the deans, directors, and all the departments, faculties, delegates, guests, and my dear students. All are sitting here for this wonderful, the inaugural session of our international conference. I extend my heartfelt thanks. I extend my heartfelt welcome. I extend my heartfelt felicitations and congratulations to all of you for this inaugural session. Here, I have to mention the federalism. You have mentioned with the reference to the physical federalism. With reference to the Constitution of India, the Constitution of India
India is given the powers to delegate the powers between the state as well as the central, particularly you combine with the physical policy, how the sharing of powers in the area of physical between the state as well as central government is a need of the hour. Very good topic chosen by the dean and the team to discuss and deliberate at the international level. Really, we appreciate, we congratulate the Dean, Crescent School of Law and their team for the wonderful topic chosen to discuss and deliberate the 2 days international conference. Thank you very much, sir. Another important personality, our Santosh Kumar. அவங்க பேருக்கு எப்பவுமே சந்தோஷமா தான் இருப்பாங்க. I can hear it. Always he is smiling, always cheerful, charmful. அதான் இங்க தமிழ்ல வந்துகிட்டு அதுக்கெல்லாம் எல்லாத்துக்கும் இங்கிலீஷ்ல சொல்லலாம். தமிழ்ல ஒரு மனுஷன் என்னைக்கு சந்தோஷமா இருக்கிறாரோ அப்ப எல்லாம் அவருக்கு எல்லாம் வந்துருது. அந்த சந்தோஷத்தையே தன்னுடைய பெயரிலேயே கொண்டு போற்றுதலுக்கும் பாராட்டுக்கும் உரிய நமது துணைவேந்தர் அவர்கள் தங்களுடைய சிறந்த பணியின் காரணமாக the best services rendered to the Tamil Nadu Ambedkar Law University, His Excellency our Governor of Tamil Nadu extended one more year of service. The only our Vice Chancellor got that opportunity I have to mention here because of his able service, tremendous service, human service, everything. எனக்கு தெரிஞ்சு Ambedkar Law University like கிட்டத்தட்ட ஒரு 2 years 3 years and the faculty positions are not filled up. Only because of his initiative efforts he filled more than 65 faculties in the same day. It's a remarkable achievement of our Honorable Vice Chancellor Dr. Santosh Kumar. For that, on behalf of our management, we congratulate you and felicitate you for this. Your service should continue forever. எங்களுக்கு மட்டுமல்ல இந்த சமுதாயத்திற்கும் உங்களை போன்ற இளைய சமுதாயத்திற்கும் ஒரு உதாரணமாக விளங்கக்கூடிய துணைவேந்தர் அவர்களை நெஞ்சார வாழ்த்துகின்றேன், பாராட்டுகின்றேன். உங்கள் பணி சிறக்க வேண்டும், பணி தொடர வேண்டும். அன்பிற்கினிய another important vice chancellor served our Vijaykumar sir, சொல்ல வேண்டியதே இல்லை. இங்க மட்டுமல்ல, தமிழ்நாட்டு மட்டுமல்ல, various universities in the country he served as a vice chancellor. That opportunity is given by the government. In such a way, he served, he accepted our invitation and come over here to share his views. So for that, I congratulate you, sir, on this happiest moment. Thank you very much. I also express my that is congratulations, felicitations to Gauri Ramesh madam. She is also, even though she is working as a registrar, is a part of our university. I have to mention, we congratulate you, madam, for your wonderful support extending in all ways. On behalf of our management, I express my heartfelt thanks to our Balakrishna, registrar of the Tamil Nadu Law University. The position is occupied as a registrar. Really, it's because of his dedicated efforts, is doing wonderful service in that in Trichy Law University. So, on behalf of the management, we congratulate you, sir. We felicitate you, sir. And also, another important, my colleague, I have to mention our professor. Professor, it's an occasion because you are all eminent personalities. Our students, our delegates should know who are the people invited for this 2 days international conference. That's why we are all telling they should understand the real situation, position, what we Crescent School of Law is providing for the opportunity. Our Ambrose professor and the head of the Department of Legal Studies of University of Madras, and our Narendra Agarwal, our Reddy sir, everybody is going to provide a lot of inputs for this conference. On behalf of our management, we extend our heartfelt thanks and felicitations to each and every one of you. Above all, my dear students, the 2 days international conference is going to be the useful, worthful discussions, deliberations and you are going to give any solutions. You have to pass a resolution in the conference proceedings also. We request all the students, you please involve yourself. You attend all the sessions completely and make yourself not only during the study of your course, it is useful for your in the course of practice. Definitely it will be a useful 2 days international conference. With these few words, our B.S. Abdur Rahman Crescent Institute of Science and Technology, we have a 32 departments UG level, 25 departments in PG level, all PhD programs in all disciplines. We have 12 schools. Among the 12 schools, Crescent School of Law is creating the history in our university today by organizing this 2 days program. Once again, I wish this the 2 days international conference a grand success. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you for the wonderful felicitation address, sir. Your words of encouragement and recognition means a lot to us. We are very grateful for your support and guidance. Thank you so much, sir. Now, I would request Professor Dr. T. Murugesan, Vice Chancellor, B.S. Abdur Rahman Crescent Institute of Science and Technology, to felicitate our guest, Colonel Professor Dr. N.S. Santosh Kumar. I request all the dignitaries to join him.
Thank you so much, sir. I request Professor Dr. T. Tajuddin, Pro Vice Chancellor, B.S. Abdur Rahman Crescent Institute of Science and Technology, to felicitate our guest, Professor Dr. Vijay Kumar. Thank you so much, sir. Now, I request our Dean, Professor Dr. C. Chokalinam, to felicitate our Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. T. Murugesan. Thank you, sir. I request our Dean to felicitate our Pro Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. N. Tajuddin. So, please felicitate our Registrar, Professor Dr. N. Raja Hussain. Thank you, sir. I request our Dean to felicitate Jalal Sir, Advisor, B.S. Abdur Rahman Crescent Institute of Science and Technology. Thank you so much, sir.
Now, I would like to welcome Colonel Professor Dr. N.S. Santosh Kumar, Vice Chancellor, Tamil Nadu Dr. Ambedkar Law University, to deliver the inaugural address. After acquiring his post-graduation in Commerce, Public Administration and Law, he had pursued his PhD in Law in the area of International Acceptance of Alternative Dispute Resolution, and he suggested for constitutional amendments to be made as compulsory before opting judicial remedies. He has written many articles in prestigious journals like All India Reporter, Madras Law Journal, and Labour Law Journal, etc., and participated in many national and international conferences. I welcome you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Honorable Vice Chancellor of prestigious Crescent University, Dr. Murugesan sir, Dr. Vijay Kumar, the teacher's teacher and the former Vice Chancellor of Tamil Nadu Dr. Ambedkar Law University and National Law University Bhopal, Dr. Tajuddin, the Pro Vice Chancellor of this prestigious university, Dr. Raja Hussain, the Registrar of this university and good friend of mine, former Director of Legal Studies and the present Dean of this university, that is the Law School, Dr. Chokkalingam, the Chief Advisor of this university, Dr. Jalal sir, our younger sister, Dr. Vijay Lakshmi Ramalingam, our best friend and the friend of almost all the universities in India, Dr. Davies Ambrose, our Mr. Registrar, Dr. Dr. Gauri Ramesh, the Registrar of National Law University, Trichy, Dr. Balakrishnan, the eloquent speaker and the best teacher, Dr. G.B. Reddy sir, Dr. Narendra, different paper presenters, teachers and students of Crescent Law Schools, and ladies and gentlemen. Very good morning to one and all. I know very well that you are all impatient because you are all students, and it is our duty to respect that also. But as a teacher, or the teacher endowed with some sort of assignments, have to fulfill that. Listen. At the outset, I must definitely thank the authorities of Crescent University for inviting me for this program. And it is stated that the chief guest, in the presence of Dr. Vijay Kumar, I shall not be a chief guest. He should be a chief guest because he is the teacher's teacher. And he is a man who has seen everything in the field of law. He is a man who has seen the functioning of different institutions. So he must be the apt person to be the chief guest. But still, I accept your invitation and thanks to my designation as Vice Chancellor. I must definitely appreciate Dr. Chokkalingam and his team for conducting an international conference. It is not an easy task. Conducting an international conference will have a testing time for the organizers. He has achieved it, for which I appreciate him. I must definitely appreciate him second time, Dr. Chokkalingam and his team, for fixing a suitable caption for that discussion in this international conference. Fiscal federalism with a special reference to Indian Constitution, two giant areas. And I must definitely appreciate the third for inviting a very good speakers for this. Without expert in the field of in these areas, an international conference will not get success at all, and it cannot become a meaningful discussion. Here, it begins with Dr. Vijay Kumar and the galaxy of teachers, speakers. If you see that, they are all competing with each other with regard to the subject matter. For that also, they deserve appreciation. Dear ladies and gentlemen, finance, the biggest thing. It will not spare even the individual. will not even spare the governments also. If an individual get that finance in a proper way and administer that finance in a proper way, they cannot succeed even in this life. If it comes in the form of illegal way, of course it will compel us to recollect that 471 days. If a government which is not handling funds in a proper way, it will definitely recollect 7,50,000 crore rupees debt. In such a background, we are going to deal with fiscal federalism with a special reference to Indian Constitution. I do agree that this theme that will intellectually stimulating and practically crucial to the functioning of the modern governance, which consists of two parts, as I already said. One is fiscal federalism and another is Indian Constitution. Will go together. Without support of law, that to the parent law, how to manage the funds of this country. The country consisted of different states. Not one government as such. One government in the center and different governments in the different region. How to balance it, the biggest task. Crescent University has taken this task into their hands and decided to discuss in detail about that. Dear ladies and gentlemen, the subject of fiscal federalism is of profound significance, not only for India, but also for all democracies across the world. India as a federal democracy has always been an example of balancing the diverse needs of with different policies. The concept of fiscal federalism forms a balance between the total chunk of finance and its distribution with the states. At its heart, the federalism revolves around the revenue generation and revenue distribution. In India, this concept is deep-rooted, and our Indian Constitution provides a structured framework to manage this complex relationship between center and the states by respecting the autonomy of states while addressing the national concerns. At this juncture, I would like to take a moment to acknowledge the vision of the Constitution framers, whose foresight has created a system that allows for flexibility and evolution in fiscal policies. One of the most notable constitutional innovations in India's fiscal federalism is the creation of the Finance Commission under Article 280. The Finance Commission serves as an indispensable institutional mechanism to ensure equitable sharing of revenue. The recommendations of the Finance Commission, you see, though advisory in nature, are often seen as balancing act, addressing the needs of both the national interest and the state interest, and its requirements also. The recent deliberations in the 15th Finance Commission, if you see, in particular, has underscored the need for sustainable fiscal management and promotion of balanced regional development. India. It was introduced as a dual GST, where both the center and the states were given power to levy and collect tax concurrently. Thus, GST is a landmark reform and which brings a cooperative federalism in India. In India, our constitution establishes a unique framework that blends both the cooperative and the competitive elements. Cooperative federalism has been manifested through institutions like Finance Commission and GST Council. These bodies facilitate a dialogue and collaboration between the union and the state governments. The GST Council, a unique body composed of union and the state representatives, has become a forum for cooperative fiscal federalism. The council decision based on consensus demonstrate how the state and the union can collaborate on fiscal policy while respecting each other's autonomy. Its inclusive decision-making structure where both the union and the states have a voice is a shining example of how the fiscal matters can be approached in the spirit of partnership rather than competition. Concurrently, we have seen the rise of competitive federalism. States are encouraged to innovate and compete for investments, infrastructure development, and improved public services. This competition drives states to adopt best practices and make all set of reforms that enhances the governance and foster economic growth. Initiatives like Make in India and Digital India have spurred states to create a favorable business environment and improve service delivery. It is pertinent to note that the Honorable Supreme Court of India, in its recent judgment, Union of India versus Mohit Mineral Private Limited, it has given a novel addition to the vocabulary of Indian federalism by introducing a new phrase called uncooperative federalism. It has indicated that when the constitution mandates equal powers to union and the state government, and if the same is bypassed in deciding important policy matters, then some form of non-cooperation by the states doesn't affect the tenets of cooperative or collaborative fiscal federalism. Therefore, federalism need not necessarily be always cooperative or collaborative, but it also can be uncooperative also. India's unique blend of cooperative and competitive federalism offers a rich lessons on the balancing act between autonomy for the state and the need for central coordination. However, the journey has not been without its challenges also. The rapid shift in economic dynamism, coupled with its immense regional diversity, has raised questions about the effectiveness of existing fiscal arrangements. In ensuring equitable resources distribution between the center and the state. Today, we stand at the crossroads where the economic disparities, regional aspirations, and the global financial environment demand a re-evolution of our existing fiscal policies also. One persistent challenge has been the vertical imbalance, where the union controls a larger share of revenues, while the state have more expenditure responsibilities. This imbalance often puts a strain on state governments as they try to manage the critical areas like health, education and infrastructure developments with limited fiscal autonomy. The other major concern was with respect to the working of GST Council, which undermined the principles of cooperative federalism by prioritizing the interest of larger states over smaller ones. This creates a competitive environment where bigger states can exert more influence, leading to unequal benefits and strained relationships among the states. Instead, for equitable solutions, the focus shifts on the competition, which can be a disadvantage for less powerful regions. The other challenge is we have to move towards a more interconnected digital economy. There is a growing need for collaborative governance. States want more say in the areas like infrastructure development, education and healthcare, for which they require adequate fiscal capacity to implement these policies. Like that, there are more challenges are there. In the recent situation wherein, if you see that, in the 14th Financial Commission has radically increased the share given to the states from the divisible pool of taxes from 32% to 42%, the biggest increase ever in the vertical tax devolution. Likewise, the 15th Finance Commission has come up with a more rationalized formula for horizontal distribution of taxes. Each state's share will be decided based on the following criteria like income distance 45%, population 15%, area 15%, demographic performance 12.5%, forest and ecology 10%, and tax and fiscal efforts 2.5%. It helps to imbalance between states. The most important aspect to note here is the introduction of criteria on tax efforts to the states also. It will encourage the states to collect tax vehemently, by which no doubt the individuals are being squeezed like anything at the cost of state and the center and at the cost of the tax, the so-called tax system of our country. So like that, you would have heard that recently our Honorable Chief Minister has also alleged that the Union government was withholding the funds of the states in the field of metro rail and other virtual products. Likewise, many states in South India also raised the same issue of reduced fiscal devolution despite the higher contribution to the gross tax revenue. Several state governments have also alleged that the central government's tax policies have reduced the aggregate financial transfers to the states and has weakened the cooperative fiscal federalism in India. In this context, this conference assumes critical importance. These deliberations must definitely help to reimagine the fiscal federalism not just as legal or economic framework, but as a tool for inclusive and sustainable growth. I am sure that this discussion should aim to identify the ways in which we can promote fiscal decentralization and to improve intergovernmental transfers and to ensure that no state is left behind in our march towards the developments. I ask each of you to contribute your insights and expertise so that together we can shape a fiscal framework that will meet the aspirations of new India. I strongly believe that the outcome of this conference will surely contribute to shape the fiscal policies that will guide India for decades to come. Further, I request the authorities of this conference to consolidate the outcome of this international conference in the form of nutshells and send it to the Ministry of Finance and Law, which will definitely help them for framing the future policies. Especially, the present government is giving due importance to the university's findings, which are normally unadulterated always. With this message, I am extremely happy to inaugurate this international seminar on fiscal federalism with a special reference to Indian Constitution, and wishing you for a grand success. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your inspiring inaugural speech, sir. Your vision and enthusiasm for the International Conference on Fiscal Federalism
with special reference to Indian Constitution have truly set to what's to come. We appreciate your insights and the energy you bring to this occasion. It was a wonderful way to start our event. Thank you so much, sir.
Now, I welcome Professor Dr. V. Vijay Kumar, former Vice Chancellor, National Law University, Bhopal, to deliver the keynote address. Dr. Vijay Kumar was a professor at National Law University. He is a former Vice Chancellor of Dr. Ambedkar Law University, Chennai. He held a UN HCR chair on refugee law and has keen interest in IT administration and infrastructure. He is the board of several national law schools steering various policy issues. He is a member of Academic Council of National Law University, Delhi. I welcome you, sir.
Professor the Registrar of this University, my friend and former colleague Dr. Chokalingam, the Dean of this law school here, Professor Felicitation, Professor and coordinator of this program, Thiru Jalal, the advisor for this university. And we have some eminent people present here, my friends of course, Professor Ambrose, David Ambrose, former head of the department of the Madras University, Professor W. Ramesh, who is the registrar, Professor Balakrishnan, the registrar of Tamil Nadu National University, and a wonderful speaker, Professor G. Reddy. We will listen to him later. And more interestingly, my old classmate, from 1978 at the Madras Law College, former Chief Security Commissioner of Indian Railways, B. Mohan, who is sitting here. My dear husbands, my learned colleagues in the university, in the ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you, and I will not take much time. I would like to take a little light of the Constitution. Through a propositions, specific propositions. For this reason, to look at it. And I will not go by what is written in the Constitution.
because our constitution was written in 1949. But much progress has shown in the last 70 years or so. And therefore, we need to reinterpret, relook at this concept of fiscal federalism. As a beginning, I would like to thank the audience for giving it to me to deliver the keynote of this year on the very important theme, particularly at the context of the Constitutional System Federalism. And this is the right time
that the conferences like this must be organized in every law school in the country, and that the proceedings must be sent to the Finance Commission. If you send it to the ministry, nothing will happen. If you send it to the Finance Commission, at least those people will read, and if there are some good suggestions, possibly they may try to incorporate. That is the context in which we have to look at it. I would like to begin with a statement of one of the greatest jurists that this country ever produced and saw, Nani A. Palkiwala, who in his book, We the People, published way back in 1984, pointed out 4 costly failures of the government and the people. 4 costly mistakes committed by the government and by the people together, which are the direct causes of the present sorry spectacle. That was in 1984. But certain things continue to exist, and therefore I will just put it across to you what those 4 costly failures according to Nani Palkiwala were. The first one is failure to maintain law and order. Of course, we have right to protest, and that should not become a daily bread, right? And that's what he was saying, failure to maintain law and order. We have too much government and too little governance. Too much of government and too little governance. Too many public servants and too little public service. Too many controls and too little welfare. Too many laws and too little justice. Right? What a beautiful statement of Nani Palkiwala. That was the first one. The second one is the failure to bring the unbound economic potential of the country to fruition. Right? We do not know our own potential, our own power, and therefore we continue to commit all these mistakes. That's what I was trying to say. The third one, failure to make human investment in education, family planning, nutrition, and public health, in contradistinction to physical investment in factories and plants. Gross national happiness should have been given priority, not gross national product. Right? This was the words of wisdom of Nani Palkiwala way back in 1984. And finally, failure to provide moral leadership. We do not live by bread alone, and we are greater than we know. And therefore, moral leadership is one among the essential qualities of our governors. And therefore, these 4 failures, costly failures according to Nani Palkiwala, finally led to what you call it as the debt trap in which both the union government and the state governments are living today. I hope the presenters all look at what is the amount of debt each and every state has, and how much debt the government of India, the loans that they have taken, right? And therefore, what is the solution, right? Now, these words of Palkiwala continue to be relevant even today, both for the governments and for citizens, right? We always tend to ask for our rights, we don't perform our duties, right? The ancient Indian thought was entirely different. We never had rights in those days. Everyone had a duty towards each other. And a British professor, Thomas Hill Green, way back in 1934, in one of his lectures on political obligation, beautifully puts it, in the performance of each and everyone's duty, everyone's right is automatically protected. In the performance of everyone's duty, everyone's right was automatically protected. But we are speaking about rights, we seldom perform our duty today. Palkewala also cited Dr. K. Subbarau's observation in this book on page number 258, and I would like to quote, "Unless the party that happens to be in power in the center develops conventions to shed its party affiliations in the matter of its relations with the states, the federal government cannot effectively function in our country." This holds good even today. So the party in power at the center must shed its party affiliations, allow all other political parties to come together, work together, and then only this federation can be a successful federation. After the commencement of the Constitution, the first Administrative Reforms Committee, and the Tamil Nadu was the only state which constituted the Rajamanar Committee to provide some inputs on center-state relations, including financial relations. And we had the other commissions which were set up. I would like to mention them differently, not in this sequence. Then we also had Article 263. I want the young students to take note of this Article 263, at least understand what it is. The President had the power to refer any dispute between the center and the states to a commission or to a committee, right? And that committee was to be constituted by the President himself under Article 263. And it was not constituted till the Sarkaria Commission came into existence in 1985, made series of recommendations to bring it into force. Yet it was not done. It was done only in 1990 by a notification, and the Interstate Council was constituted by the presidential order. So even to solve a dispute between the center and the states, the constitutional provision was not brought into focus for almost 40 years of the Indian Republic. So we have wasted a lot of time, right, in resolving the disputes constitutionally. Similarly, for a long time, I want you to keep this in mind, there was over-centralization of power, and that was not according to the constitutional provisions, including Article 280 that we spoke of, because there were two extra constitutional bodies created by the central government at that particular point of time. One is called as the Planning Commission, the other one is called as National Development Council. All decisions were taken by them and imposed on the states, and they were supposed to follow the rules and regulations accordingly, and therefore the question of autonomy to the states took the back seat. I would like to just not pick on what happened earlier. What is the time today and what we are supposed to discuss? I would like to refer to 1991. I hope all of you would understand. The foreign direct investment in 1990 was at the lowest ebb in this country so far in the history. India had only around $5 billion, right, in the kitty, foreign exchange reserve. We were not even able to pay the interest on the loans that we have raised. And therefore, our approach took a roundabout. We took to what you call it as the process of globalization, or whatever you call it as, in whatever phrase you would want to call it. This process of globalization, which was embraced by the government of India, in 1991, successfully followed by every government, whichever party it is. Even those parties which opposed the process of globalization, when they were there in power, they had to take a different turn altogether and sincerely followed the rules and regulations thereafter, and we are able to reach the present scenario, and in which we are now looking at the fiscal federalism, issues relating to fiscal federalism. Now, from 1991, if you look at the laws, from monopoly to competition, right? All trade related laws, the conflict resolution laws, whether it is arbitration, commercial arbitration, mediation or whatever it is, all these things got a fillip and slowly they got implemented in a better manner. Still there is lots of scope for its improvement. Globalization, you cannot give a specific meaning, and so is the concept of federalism. Why? Both of them are evolving concepts, right? Indian federalism was something different earlier. Today it is something different. It's an evolving concept, so we have to understand, keeping this in mind. As part of globalization and evolving international law, many issues of federalism need to be understood by political players, whether we are talking about human rights, environment, climate change, international trade, and even the concept of good governance. In all this, all persuasive concept is money, finance. Professor Sangeeta Khurana, who lives in Switzerland, in his paper on federal states and globalization in multilateral trade governance, had a very beautiful observation to make. I thought I'll bring it to your notice. He observed, globalization impacts federalism and vice versa. And this is the point I wanted to keep in mind. Globalization impacts federalism and vice versa. And in the context of international law, Professor Ambrose is here, I should not exhibit my talents here. The concept of sovereignty which every state claimed got diluted, and it is getting diluted day by day. And therefore, if they say I am superior, you are inferior, it has no currency. Referring to Jenkins, Khurana mentioned that the federal governments on behalf of the subnational states negotiate and administer the multilateral trade agreements. This accords the federal state and intermediary status between the supranational and subnational states. Thus, the institutions of federalism play a crucial role, mediating role between at least one aspect of globalization, right? And globalization also affect
the existing tax structure as well as on a regular basis. I would like to mention a few propositions for the discussion that will continue hereafter for today and tomorrow. I would like to make a mention, it was also mentioned earlier, about the Constitution 73, right? Vice Chancellor had mentioned about it. Constitution 73rd and 74th Amendments. If you think that it was the central government that immediately started imposing on 73rd and 74th Amendment, if you carefully look at the entries in the Constitution, Schedule 7, List 2, Entry 5, here what you call it as the local self-government, the power of the state governments. I want you to please carefully make a note of this. According to this entry, which is in favor of the state governments, local government, that is to say, the constitution and powers of municipal corporations, improvement trusts, district boards, mining settlement authorities, and other local authorities for the purpose of local self-government or village administration. All these were money generating activity under the control of the state governments, but the state governments have not even constituted them For almost 18 years in state of Punjab, local self-government elections were not held. In many states, elections were held even after the 73rd and 74th amendments, and they got dissolved immediately because the opposition party came into power. All these tamashas were going on, and therefore, federal structure today, ladies and gentlemen, it is not only the union and the states. From two-fold to three-tier mechanism. The third tier is the local self-government, these Panchayat Raj or the other municipal or municipal corporation, whatever they may call. So therefore, fiscal federalism, in my opinion, should also mean the distribution of revenue, not only between the union and the states, but also between the union and the local self-governments, and primarily the state and the local governments, because the states are responsible for that. Is it happening? If it is not happening, why is it not happening? Is what we have to question. Once again, I will not refer to the details under the Constitution, but I would like to refer to two important provisions of this Constitution. I will not speak about the Finance Commission and its role so far, but I would like to mention two articles which are very, very important in the 73rd and 74th amendments. Article 243 ZD and 243 ZD. I want that the students, because now we have the mobile phones, you don't have to have the text. You can search for it and within a second you will get it on your, mobile phone. Article 243 ZD and ZE. What does it speak about? Article 243 ZD speaks about Committee for District Planning, and Article 243 ZE speaks about Committee for Metropolitan Planning. Now, if you carefully read, it addresses the global issues locally. Right? Environmental protection, water, clean, air, whatever it is, and that needs to be undertaken by these two committees. In some of the states, the 73rd and 74th amendments were passed in 1992. Right? 30 years down the line, some of the states are not even constituted. They are constituted in different names, right? And they have not allocated the power that these bodies should possess according to these two constitutional amendments. I am reading a statement expressed in Tamil literature, and I would like to recite that in Tamil so that you can understand it better, and I will also translate it to the best of my ability. In Tamil literature, we have seen this is what is called as bottom-up approach to planning. What we had was planning committees to plan and try to do this. Contradistinction to that, Article 243 ZE and ZE provides for bottom-up approach, which means what is your need locally, you analyze it and execute. And in Tamil literature, as I remember, please correct me if I am wrong, Varapuyara Neeru 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 Last is the state. The state will develop if all these developments take place, and it starts from home at the bottom, right? Which means the bunds which are raised in the flowing fields, if the height of the bunds increase, the capacity to store water also increases, and when the water stored is able to increase to some extent, the paddy also will increase its productivity, and if the productivity increases, the person who is in charge of the farmer will be benefited, and if the farmer is benefited, the king also gets benefit. Right? And that is the benefit of what is called as bottom-up approach. And I am very sorry to say, this Article 243 ZD and ZE have not been given the importance that it richly deserves to be given, and therefore, to make these local self-governments to function effectively, what is important? Not only devolution of power on paper, but it should allow them to plan on their own, execute the plans on their own, for which money is important. And therefore, twofold contributions coming from the federal government to the local self-government, from the state government who are primarily responsible to the local self-government. If it comes, I think possibly we will have a better distribution of revenue and better productivity, and I hope that the federation can work better. In this regard, I would like to mention some of the states. I was attending another conference in Bangalore on the same topic, federalism, and one of the observations made there was whatever money that the state government gives, the state government gives, was sufficient for the infrastructure of the local self-governments and the personnel involved in that, the salaries. Where is the money for the development? Nothing. If that is the condition, I hope the state government should also tighten the belt to provide the funds necessary for these bodies to come up. Now, during 2022 and 23, I would like
To just give some statistics, the general funds to local bodies will be around 4.36 lakh crore, with a portion of grants being performance linked, divided as follows. 2.4 lakh crores, this is given by the central government, right? 2.4 lakh crores for rural local bodies, 1.2 lakh crores to the urban local bodies, and 70,051 crore for health grants via local governments. Somebody mentioned health we should take care of. And we need to understand more than the states now doing or contributing, though it is in the state entry, state's jurisdiction. The federal government has pumped in lots of money for the development of all these things. All three tier of panchayats, village blocks and districts will be eligible for grants to local authorities. The health grants will be used to support the conversion of rural sub-centers and primary health centers to health and wellness centers, diagnostic infrastructure support for primary healthcare activities, and support for urban HWCs and sub-centers, public health centers, PHCs, and public health units at the block level. All these things are possible because 4.36 lakhs of rupees, right? 4.36 lakh crores. Where did we get this money from? Is it real or is it simply a cock and bull story? Right? It is not. I'll explain why it is. When I speak about the second issue, I'll tell you where did we get this money from. Right? Not as a loan, but where did we raise these funds? If a state does not form the State Finance Commission and allow the State Finance Commission to function independently, and based on the recommendations you don't give the money to the local self-governments, what would happen? Constitution as a text cannot give you the response, right? And therefore 243ZD and ZE need to be the effective and meaningful for proper implementation of functions that only the local bodies can deliver, right? Therefore, any discussion on fiscal federalism today cannot ignore the third tier of government with the obligations from both union and the state governments for funding the significance of fiscal federalism. And the government of India did not pass these two amendments in 1991. It was the Rio conference way back in 1992, in which there is an Agenda 21 on urban local government, because they only can deliver. So the international obligations slowly but steadily through this process of globalization found changes in the constitution itself. Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, when he took over as the President of India, on 25th July 2002, if I remember right. While taking over the office of the President, he made a beautiful observation. I wanted to bring to your notice, which finally emphasizes on the very fact that I have been emphasizing on. He observed, way back in 2002, 22 years passed by, India is a union of states based on the framework of cooperative federalism. Within the cooperative framework, there is also a requirement to develop competitive strengths for the states so that they can excel at the national level and the global level. Competitiveness helps in ensuring economic and managerial efficiency and to be creative to meet new challenges. These are essentials to survive and prosper in a fast-changing world of today. In addition, in order to strengthen democratic process and institution, we should all fully strive for substantive decentralization. Vijay Kelkar, the chairman of the 13th Finance Commission, I would like to complete the first part of it with his observation that bringing the third tier of government within the fold of the overall architecture of fiscal federalism may actually help secure a more solid relation between the three levels of government and allow the prospect of cooperation between all three, with all of them willing to accommodate the others. Beautiful statement of Vijay Kelkar. That's my first proposition. The second proposition which I would like to present before you is the goods and services tax. A revolutionary tax structure on goods and services. Earlier it was in the form of VAT, value added tax to some extent. I do not know how many of you have seen and read the constitutional framework in the spirit of cooperative federalism. What does it mean? I will not get into the 101st Amendment, various provisions inserted, but I would like to focus on two of them. For the first time in this country, the power to tax was made a concurrent power. Right? I hope if students of law, those who have studied constitutional law will remember this. There is no concurrent power of taxation in the entire constitution. For the first time, the concurrent power to taxation was brought by this amendment of 2016, and they introduced what we call as Article 246A. Please read that. Which means the states are equally powerful, of course subject to the law made by the Parliament, to impose a tax on goods and services. And that is the implication today you see in every bill. When the tax is imposed, 50% goes to the federal government, 50% comes to the state government. Right? Very beautifully done. The second thing is I want to mention and take maybe 3-4 minutes on Article 279A to tell you what really, in my opinion, means as cooperative federalism. Article 279A seeks to create the council, GST council, right? The GST council consists of two representatives from the union, the finance minister and his deputy, right? And then all the state finance ministers or whoever is responsible for finance are members of that committee, right? GST council. In the decision-making process, if you carefully read, I think whoever has drafted, hats off to that person. All the states will have one vote each. But collectively, their power is limited to 2/3 of the votes. The two members of the center, only there are two of them, but they have the voting power that is equivalent to 1/3. Right? The central government can influence, or the union government can influence 1/3, but not more than that. All the state governments put together can have 2/3. ladies and gentlemen, that's not important. In the decision-making process, every decision must have at least 3/4 of the votes, which means if all the states put together cannot do anything, if the federal government alone would like to do anything, cannot do anything, that brings the principle of collaboration, cooperation between the union and the states. This is number one. Number two, the same article 279A also gives special status to 11 states. And if you look at the list of these 11 states, they are all non-producing states. They are all non-producing states. Which means, if you bring them, and there was an argument raised earlier, that the states who are contributing more, and therefore we should also get a greater share. I want the students to realize this. If you take a human body, you don't allow only one part to develop. You want the entire body to be developed in a proportion. Right? Now these 11 states, for geographic reasons, cultural reasons, industries could not be set, power itself was not available. Even today it's not available in many places. So the production, the industries possibly cannot take place. So imposing a tax on them, regulating them over, is not advisable. At the same time, Maharashtra returns to the kitty more than 500 crores every year. And Maharashtra's argument is, we are giving 500 crores, please return to us. Therefore, the federal government has a unique obligation of collecting from those who are capable of giving, redistributing it to see that the interest of the 11 states are also protected. So it is not, at the same time you have to promote competitiveness, the competition among the states, which state can produce more GST to the central kitty, right? I am also happy to note that Tamil Nadu is in the 4th position, or 4th or 5th position I think, in returning the GST kitty to the government of India, right? There are issues, no doubt about it. Now let me just tell you the source of that 4.3 lakh crores given by the federal government for the local self-governments. Today, the foreign exchange kitty with the government of India is over $630 billion. $630 billion. In 1991, it was $5 billion. Right? Today, it is $630 billion. I think we are flush with funds. Right? The infrastructure growth that you see in the last 3 decades, whether in terms of roads, railroads, airports, we have plenty of money to give. And therefore, allocation of these funds is nothing new. And therefore, Tamil Nadu is the 4th highest contributor to GST, last year contributing around 1,13,174 crores in 2023 alone. Right? But I think every Tamil should be proud. Part of it also goes to the development of those 11 states where they are not able to contribute to the kitty. I think that is how India, that is Bharat, that is the union of states, will flourish. The third proposition is COVID-19. I hope all of you will understand the work done by the federal government.
Right? The money that they have spent, the cooperation extended by the states, the health issues how we have overcome, I think is very important. And therefore, there comes another important piece of legislation called as Disaster Management Act. Whenever there is a calamity, whether it is in Maharashtra or in Tamil Nadu, right? Always the states look up to the center for funds, look up to the center for assistance. So all these things and the responsibilities under this Disaster Management Act are very deeply done. I will not get into the details of this.
And then comes direct funding to local self-governments. And this is the place, ladies and gentlemen, actual politics works. It was the Reagan's administration in the US which introduced this concept. Direct funding to the local self-government. To the charity of the chief ministers of the states, why should you give my local self-government bypassing us? You give the funds to us, we will transfer the funds to them. The central government did it for some time. They realized that the funds given to the states were not reallocated to the local self-government. So they also followed the American administration's philosophy of funding the local governments directly. And therefore, that 4.36 lakh crores of rupees is given by the federal government to the local self-government is a new leaf in fiscal federalism, and I hope we need to do lots of research in finding out what is that we can contribute further, right? I will not get into the details anymore, right? I would like to, for the interest of the students, two important observations. One is the observation at the National Development Council. If I remember right, somewhere around 1984 or maybe 1 year earlier, Prime Minister Indira Gandhi was heading the meeting. All the chief ministers were present. At the fag end of the meeting, the chief ministers made a request to the Prime Minister that we want more autonomy. We want more autonomy. Now I want you to keep this in mind. She was the living Machiavellian of the period. She said, I have no issues. I will give more autonomy to you, subject to one condition. Go back to your states, devolve your powers to the local self-governments first, and come back and ask for autonomy, I'll give. Right? 1983-84 to 2024, we have not devolved the powers to the local self-governments, and this policy must also be looked at when we discuss about fiscal autonomy. To conclude, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to suggest that the Finance Commission constituted under Article 280, that is the 16th Finance Commission, needs to take the initiative to overhaul its formula to achieve simplicity and add strength to fiscal federalism in India. The conference organizes these research papers that are going to be presented in the 3 different sessions and followed by a panel discussion. And I would request the organizers to collect them, refine them in the context of deliberations, and bring out a volume, color the major recommendations, and send it to the 16th Finance Commission as the views expressed by participants in the Crescent University. I am very confident it will be acknowledged duly, and that is the beginning that we need to make. Right? I have clearly navigated the traditional approach and the scheme provided under the Constitution to indicate that the element of sovereignty needs to be diluted to sink the differences between the Union and the states and embrace the global emerging principles to improve the quality of life everywhere in the country. I hope that the deliberations would address these and many other issues in today's and tomorrow's conference. I once again thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to share a few thoughts of mine on this important thing. Thank you very much for your patience here.
Thank you for the captivating words, sir. Your words have ignited a sense of excitement and anticipation. We appreciate your insightful thoughts and the memorable study you have given to this event. Now, I would like to welcome Professor Dr. Vijaylakshmi Ramalingam, Coordinator, Crescent School of Law, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon to all. It's my honor and pleasure to render the vote of thanks today. I'd like to thank all the dignitaries, all dais and all the dais for gracing this inaugural ceremony with your presence. On behalf of BSc Abdul Rahman Institute of Science and Technology and on behalf of Crescent School of Law, we place on record our sincere gratitude and heartfelt thank you to Colonel Professor Dr. N.S. Santosh Kumar, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Tamil Nadu Dr. Ambedkar Law University for delivering the inaugural address. Shown on federalism. Thank you, sir. Sir, on this tight schedule, his convocation coming up on Sunday. All this, Vice Chancellor, sir, has taken time to be with us. We are very grateful to you, sir. Thank you. I take this opportunity to thank Professor Dr. V. Vijay Kumar, Sir, former Vice Chancellor, National Law Institute University, Bhopal, for rendering a keynote address. Sir, we are really captivated by your thought-provoking address and speech, sir. We remember all the 3 propositions you have made, and thank you for your suggestion that this will be forwarded to the Finance Commission, the propositions and the suggestions. Thank you so much, sir. I take this opportunity to thank our patrons and our advisors, and I would like to thank our Chancellor, the Pro-Chancellor, the senior advisors for their unwavering support and guidance. More particularly, I would like to thank Honorable, respected our own Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. T. Murugesan, sir, for his presidential address. Thank you, sir. I also thank Dr. N. Tajuddin, sir, Pro Vice Chancellor, our beloved Registrar, sir, Dr. N. Raja Hussain, sir, and Senior Advisor, Mr. Jalal, sir, for their warm wishes, guidance, and motivation. And I would like to thank our guests, resource persons, moderators, and more specifically, I would like to thank Professor Dr. David Ambrose, sir, Professor Dr. Gauri Ramesh ma'am, and Professor Dr. Balakrishnan, sir, and I would like to thank Professor G.B. Reddy, sir, and Professor Nagarwal, sir, Narendra Nagarwal, sir. Sir, we are looking forward to your enlightening speeches. On behalf of Crescent School of Law, I would like to thank all the deans, the HODs, and the Controller of Examination for being with us and for encouraging us. I also thank our beloved Dean, Professor Dr. C. Chokalingam, sir, for initiating and organizing this first ever international conference on a contemporary and a hot topic, fiscal federalism. Thank you, sir, for your untiring efforts, guidance, and involvement, without which the conference wouldn't be a success. I take this opportunity to thank the CSL, Crescent School of Law faculty members, organizing committee for their full cooperation, valuable suggestions, and support. I thank the press and the media, the newspaper reporters for your support. I thank the estate staff, non-teaching staff, the student pillars of our country, and we are hoping that you will be enlightened and you will understand the federalism. Wishing you all a wonderful learning time and also knowledge sharing. Thank you once again.
Thank you for your thoughtful vote of thanks, ma'am. Your words truly captured the essence of today's event and highlighted the contributions of everyone involved. We appreciate your leadership and the time you took to acknowledge our efforts. It means a lot to us. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Okay, attention everyone. It's time for a short refreshment break. Please feel free to share, grab a snack, and stretch out the glass. Coordinators assisting you, participants, listeners, you can use that left side of the door. refreshment breaks, and we will be beginning the session within 10 to 15 minutes.
Students of the first session, I would request you to please stay back or come fast after your refreshment. Ms. Reshmi, Mr. R. Prasanna, Ms. Sarabjit Kaur, Ms. Radha, Ms. Muthu Sivaranjani, Ms. Abhirami, Ms. Aishwarya Lakshmi, Dr. Ajita, Dr. N. Nandini, Ms. Nidhi Saravanan. Please come back in 5 minutes after the refreshment.
promotes cooperation, some states, they feel that they have lost control over their finances. So you see, this was my part, which I know. Rest I will be leaving in the capable hands of our esteemed guests, and that is why they are here. So, without spending much time, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Professor Dr. A. David Ambrose, sir, former head of legal studies at the University of Madras, has over completed 22 years of law teaching experience. His expertise includes international law, constitutional law, and environmental law. He's guided more than 30 plus PhD scholars, judged major moot court competitions, and advised governments. And with over 70 plus publications, he's co-authored and presented nearly 200 seminars. Sir has received several prestigious awards, including the Hague Doctoral Fellowship, and attended advanced training at Cardiff University and the Hague Academy of the International Law. Thank you, sir, for joining us today. We really welcome you, sir. Next, welcome Professor Dr. Welcome Registrar of Tamil Nadu, Dr. Ambedkar Law University. She is a distinguished in law. As a registrar, key role in of the university. Ma'am, for Professor Dr. and financial operations of the university. Manage the university's affairs and ensuring smooth. So next, the most renowned speaker, Ms. Sri Parvati Felix, all the way from New York. She's going to try out through a Zoom meeting.
Okay, so now I request our Dean, Professor of the same Shagavinam sir, to our fellow honored guest, Professor Dr. David Ambrose sir. And I will request all the dignitaries to join up with them.
Divesh, on money, record me. Online la. Channel la record வாடா. இல்ல. படி bro. அத ரெக்கார்ட் பண்ணு. அதே மாதிரி பண்ணு. அதே மாதிரி பண்ணாங்க. bro இங்க இரு. இந்த படம் மட்டும் அடி. எங்க bro இது?
Thank you so much, sir. Now, session one, first presenters.
For the presentation, the first presenter, Ms. Abhirami S. and Mrs. Hema Vardhini on the paper title, The GST Revolution, a critical analysis on how a unified taxation is reshaping federalism.
Hello.
Good morning to Colonel present here. Myself, Inaugural, and this is my co-author. We both belong to this present scholar and are currently pursuing BA LLB. And we are delighted to present glimpse of our research paper that is titled on the GSA revolution, a critical analysis on how a unified taxation is reshaping our federalism. So, on learning, we have to learn first what is GST. So, we are requesting the media to see the slide. Okay, so GST, it is a historical fiscal reform that was implemented in our country, and it has taken many indirect taxes that was previously available in our country, such as VAT, excise duty, and service taxes. And goods and services, it is divided into several tax slabs under the Indian GST. It includes 5%, 12%, and 18%, and 28%. And it is not a new concept that was implemented in our country. Earlier, the French Republic was the very first country to adopt a unified taxation system, and after which, subsequently, more than 60 countries had globally started embracing such system. And on 29th March 2017, the Parliament passed it, and it came into effect July 1st, 2017. The meaning of GST. GST, the first slide, after the introduction. Yes. So, GST, it is under the amended article of 366, clause 12A of Indian Constitution. The term goods and services means any tax on the supply of goods and services or both, but it makes an exception on the supply of liquor, alcoholic liquor for human consumption, and it is a comprehensive, it covers
every area, and it is a destination based, that is the destination would be the consumers, and it levy taxes on supply and consumption of goods and services. It is also a value addition on each stage. The next slide would be discussed by my co-author Abhirami. Hi, I'm moving on to the components of GST. The goods and services tax system in India contains 4 components: state goods and services tax, central goods and services tax, integrated goods and services tax, and union territory goods and services tax. In this state goods and services tax, the taxes on every supply of goods and services are levied and controlled by the state government. The taxpayers of the state who comes under the SGST has the benefit to avail the input tax credit. And central goods and services tax, in this, the taxes on every supply of goods and services are levied and controlled by the central government. The CGST taxpayers can also avail the input tax credit. Union territory goods and services tax, the government of Union territory will have the authority to legislate on taxes, levy and collect the taxes on every supply of their territory. Places like Delhi and Puducherry is an exemption which comes under SGST instead of UTGST. Integrated goods and services is applicable when goods and services are supplied to another state and it is collected and levied by center, and such tax shall be appropriated between union and the states. Now I am moving on to the dual mode of GST. Okay, so our country, it follows, we have quasi-federal. So our country follows the dual mode of GST, where the GST system, the tax that is collected is done by both the government, that is central and the state. Many functions and responsibilities, so they need resources to do such responsibilities and to do such duties. So thus both the government. And now I'm moving on to the provisions for this. that will be discussed by Abhirami. Distribution to the union and state, heaven. Article 246 discusses about the distribution of powers between union and the states based on the three lists mentioned in the 7th schedule of the Indian Constitution. Introduction. This special provision power to legislate on matters related to GST, in which the state on in cases of interstate trade and commerce. It led to reformation in indirect taxation and replacing it with the unified and harmonized tax. Next slide. Next. The state or concurrent ensure reform government's jurisdiction unless or otherwise Article 65 no tax
levy levied by the union, collected and appropriated by these states. Certain taxes like stamp duties and excise duties on medicinal and toilet preparations are levied by the union, but collected and appropriated by the states. This ensures that the state benefits from the revenue from certain taxes, even though they are levied by the union. Article 269. Taxes levied and states. Taxes on interstate transactions of trade and commerce are levied and collected by the union but are assigned to the state so that the state can benefit from the revenues. This fosters equity between exporting states and the consuming states. So this but after GST, interstate GST falls under Article 269A. Article 269A is introduced by this article governs the levy and collection of GST on interstate trade or commerce. The revenue is apportionated between union and the states. Article 270. Taxes levied and distributed between the union and the states. The taxes like GST and income tax are levied and collected by the union,
but the proceeds are shared with the union. But the proceeds are shared with the states. The Finance Commission recommends how these revenues are shared, how it should be distributed between the union and the state to ensure fiscal balance between them. Article 280. The Finance Commission is constituted to make recommendations on the distribution of taxes between union and the states to ensure that the state receives a fair revenue collected and it avoids confusion. Now I am moving on to the Law Commission 61st report.
Law Commission. So the Law Commission observed that the definition of sale was too narrow. That is, it stated that the sale means transfer goods from one person to another. It didn't
actually cover the the perspective or the area where it considered as sales deed, deemed sales, etc., and composite contracts and work contracts. So thus it recommended to make a new amendment to broaden the meaning or the scope for the sale. So next is that 46th amendment. And after the recommendation by the Law Commission, the 46th Amendment was introduced in the year 1982. So the primary objective of this amendment was to empower the state. The Law Commission and the 46th Amendment both had the intention to empower the states to levy taxes on certain areas where it couldn't before. So the insertion of Article 366 done by the 46th Amendment, and it introduced the concept of deemed sales for taxation, and this deemed sales includes work contracts, hire purchase agreements and catering contracts, transfer of rights to use the goods, supply of goods in the course of services. And in the 7th schedule, it again amended the term as deemed sales. Moving on to the impacts of GST.
Advantages and disadvantages. So after the introduction of GST, it has eliminated multiple taxes, as I said before. So we had many taxes such as VAT and service taxes, etc. And now after the implementation of GST, it has eliminated many taxes. And second is that before the introduction of GST, the small scale business were exempted from paying taxes. So in this, after the GST, even the small scale business now are having
the duty to pay the taxes. So it means that it brings the equality among the among the competitors. So the next thing would be, it won't get stuck on the loop of paying taxes on the taxes. So before the GST, we used to pay tax on the tax for the tax that they paid. So in case of after the GST, we are paying taxes for the amount, for only amount exempted from the tax that they paid. And the next would be, due to the reduction of the taxes, the original goods of value, the value of the original goods is what we buy. And since it is a unified tax, no state can play silly tricks to reduce the import of goods from other states. And free movement of goods, since because of this GST, the movements have become quite normal, as previously state like Pune, it had
local body tax for the state, including the state tax, but after GST it has reduced all such extra taxes. Okay, so we are moving on to the conclusion. The introduction of GST transformed India's tax landscape by simplifying indirect taxation and promoting economic integration. However, it raised concerns about the erosion of states' fiscal autonomy due to centralized tax system. To address these concerns, measures like granting states greater flexibility in setting tax rates, including the excluded items like petroleum and alcohol, and extending the compensation mechanism can help balance the economic benefits of a unified market with respect for federalism. Thank you.
Congratulations, Abhinami and Hema Varmani, for your presentation. As one basic advice to everyone present here, presenters and the future presenters present here. Basically, when you are going to present a paper, you better not have your mobiles in hand. Right? Second, kindly you have to face the
judges and not show your back to the judges. You understand? You are seeing your PPT, no doubt, but then you will have to face us and then you will have to do the presentation, right? And one very important thing, it is a very academic and a formal conference here, in an international conference, so no saying hi bye. You understand? You have to address in a very proper prescribed
to the judges as well as to your audience. You understand? So this is a general advice not only to all the other presenters who will follow Vachi. Right? Fine. Now coming on to your topic.
Impact of GST on federalism and fiscal autonomy. Can you just very briefly explain the positive and negative impacts of GST on federalism?
Ma'am, federalism, when we speak about federalism, the power goes to two places. But in case after the GST, the power has come to the control over central. So the states,
they are deprived of certain taxes. So the states cannot exercise their powers as well. And in case of the positive sides, since we have eliminated the taxes that the state has had before, so the consumers are now they are not having the burden to pay more taxes for the states.
Is that so?
yes.
Did you recently see that cream bun issue at Coimbatore? Did you read about it? Fine, no problem. Okay, thank you. You can have the next presentation.
Next, I invite Ms. Aishwarya Lakshmi, JS, to present a paper on the effects of GST on fiscal relations in federal system on comparative analysis of Australia, Canada, and races for the United States.
in on fiscal federalism, focusing on Brazil, Canada, Australia, and Commonwealth, explores how the implementation of GST has altered the fiscal relationship between center and state. Through this documented research, I have read more of historical legal context and revealing how countries like Australia with revolutionary changes, Canada with its harmonized tax system, and Brazil with its complex tax system has welcomed GST and reformed it into a well-known tax. The analysis also recommends what a Union state can do to improve their GST system. Moving on to the historical perspective, among the key countries, Australia, Canada, and Brazil, Brazil was the first to adopt GST in the year 1884, following that Canadian government adopted GST in the year 1991, and Australia adopted in the year 2000. As we all know,
They adopted in the year 2017. What is GST? What GST did to us? GST actually consolidated multiple indirect taxes into a single framework, simplifying the tax process. By reducing tax evasion and improving compliances, GST aims to increase overall. GST changes the dynamic between national and subnational governments by redistributing the taxes. It affects the finance independence of the states, redefining their resource allocations. Impact of GST on state-federal financial relationship. In Australia, the implementation of GST through a new tax system, which is Goods and Service Tax Act 1999, significantly shifted the tax revenue dynamics. The federal government centralized GST collection and redistributed it to the states via Commonwealth Grants Commission, using a formula to ensure equitable distribution of wealth among the states.
In Canada, the introduction of GST is through Excise Tax Act 1985, which altered the financial dynamics in Canada. The Comprehensive International Integrated Tax Coordination Agreement provides a legal framework for provincials that chooses to participate in the harmonized sales tax. Some provisions, such as Quebec, opted to retain more autonomy by administering their own provisions on their own law. Likewise, in Brazil, the introduction of GST has reformed major impact in the state-federal financial relationship. Due to the Brazil coordination between federal and the state government was needed to be implemented, which was intended to streamline tax collection and improve the tax distribution. The challenges, Australia, Canada and Brazil also faced the challenges when the GST has been first implemented in them. Australian stated restricted GST due to the fear of revenue loss highlights the need for robust public education. Canadian provisions expressed worries about revenue impact necessitating harmonization incentive for cooperation. Brazil faced a complex tax landscape leading to disputes. From this comparative analysis, India can get recommendations from the Brazil, Canada and Australia to improve their GST tax. GST outlooks for India, these lesson points are necessary designated a GST framework that balance federal and state legislature, simplifying tax administration and ensure fair revenue distribution among the states. By adopting these best practices, Indian GST system can more improve. To conclude my presentation, Brazil, Canada, Australia also faced GST struggle while it has been implemented, but they came to know what are the positives and minus and they rectified it to make it better. Likewise, if India has also notes if what is plus and minus, it can do better. The financial relationship between state and the center will also increase. Thank you.
So, congratulations Aishwarya Lakshmi for your good presentation. My just one simple question is, on what basis or for what purpose did you take these countries for comparative analysis, that is Australia and
First of all, these three countries have different kinds of tax structure when compared to India. And Australia, Brazil has a complex tax reforms then compared to India. They even adapted GST and made it acceptable by the people. So when the GST came into India, India also faced a lot of criticism on GST, and even though it is not beneficial to all the people. So if it can move complex tax reforms, GST and
okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity and to present my paper. Dr. Sarabjit Kaur could not be here because of a professional engagement. Therefore, I have the responsibility to explain the paper to you. All right.
Students, settle fast. We are resuming with our first session. For your kind information, presentation timing should not exceed more than 5 minutes. Okay? Presentation timing should not exceed more than 5 minutes. Okay, so now the first presenter, I'd like to invite Srinidhi Venkatesan and Sherin Fatima on the paper title Changing Dynamics of Center-State Financial Relations in Post-Independence India.
Good afternoon, everyone. So, only keep absolute silence. Thank you.
Can I start?
Yeah, you can start.
1 minute presentation. Start.
A very good afternoon, one and all gathered here. And I'm so glad that we could join here today in this international conference. And myself, I am Sherin Fatima, and my author, Srinidhi. We are the students of BBA LLB, second year from School of Law. And now I pass on the mic to Srinidhi for our paper presentation.
As I can see, n number of people presenting here with different perspective and different mindset and different nature. It goes with our country. So before going on to my topic, I like to share some challenges faced by our country from the origin. First, title, the name. As you know, there are many disagreements in our Constitution Assembly regarding our name of our country. Some of them prescribed an authentic and traditional name for our country, which is Bharat, and some of them encouraged for a modern name, which is India. So the Constitution Assembly came up with a conclusion of mixing of both, that is India and Bharat. The second thing comes up with the country is our nation. Then why, although it's a constitution of its federation of the state? So now a question raised by Dr. B.R. Ambedkar saying on 4th November 1948 regarding why India is a union and not a federation of a state. So today my topic is all about the changing dynamic of a center-state financial relation in post-independence India. As there is a significance of the study, India is a federal system, is about 70 years compared to all other countries such as United States of America, Switzerland or Canada. The internal experience, the division of the function among the different tiers of the government, the design of the fiscal transfer, which is revenue and expenditure, and also the principle of assessment and also the institution agreements. Article 360 of the Indian Constitution says about the President who has to evaluate the financial emergency. As you can see the key aspects, of the Constitution by dividing the power into local and central government between the legislative, executive and judiciary. And the second thing is all about the concurrent list of, what's wrong? The PPT is wrong. not the taxes entry in the concurrent list, as because the central and the state are dividing their works, because it can lead to the problem of overlapping and multiple taxations. But what's wrong? And according to the graph, the low economic stability was in 1991, and the last of 2011 to 2020, the growing dependency on the central financial support has been occurred due to the pandemic region of COVID-19. So I conclude my speech by saying Indian financial dynamic between the center and the state undergoes the significant changes since the independence.
I thank the panel members for listening to our presentation with patience, and sincere thanks to B.S. Abdur Rahman Institute of Science and Technology for this wonderful opportunity, and a special thanks to our Mr. Ilavaresan sir, who guided us throughout the conference. Thank you.
So very good afternoon, Ms. Srinidhi Venkatesan, Ms. Shireen Fatima. Your presentation was crisp, this was okay, good. And I would like to make few observations, not my question. The first question is that in what way this particular topic is relevant to the present sub-theme. The sub-theme is impact of GST on federalism and fiscal autonomy. So that is actually the sub-theme which has been given here. And your title is the changing dynamics of center-state financial relations in post-independence era.
The federal system was GDP, debt to GDP. So we was not able to explain due to the time limit, and it says about how it got increased during the pandemic time, how we got supported with the financial from the central government. And I know that is not something related to GDP, but still due to the...
Okay, no problem. Then again, you have mentioned there are certain dynamics which has changed post-independence in the fiscal relationship between the center and state. Could you point out few dynamic changes there, what has been changed pre-independence, post-independence, or from 1950 to 1960, then now after the GST? Is there any, what are the changing dynamics there?
Economical reforms like GDP, GST, new reforms, one of the change. And second thing, I think Niti Aayog is one of the change due to the grant in aids of that system. That's it, sir.
Yes, okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, I would like to make one suggestion that you need not have 20 or 25 pages as an article. It is enough that you are having just 5 or 6 pages as an article there. What we will see that your paper should be pregnant with information and pregnant with analysis. So that's what we used to expect that. I think you have to develop those skills there. So you need not have a lengthy papers, 20-25 pages is not enough actually. It is enough that you are having some 5 or 6 pages, but for this 5 or 6 pages you have to work a lot. Your analysis should be very crisp there. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next, I invite Ms. Deepanjali K to present the paper on Analysis on Creation of GST Council and its impact on fiscal autonomy of states.
Good afternoon to one and all present here. So today my topic is the council and its impact.
Be very calm. Be very calm. Tamil Nadu Dr. Ambedkar Law University. Be very calm.
My topic is on the GST Council and its impact on the fiscal autonomy of the states. So my abstract of the research paper mainly deals about that GST Council was established in the year of 2016, and it is basically a constitutional body to reverse the implementation of the goods and the service tax in India. And it is the major responsible body for the implementation of the GST rates, exemptions and the other related matters, and it is very well evident in Article 279A of the Constitution. And the major objective of my research paper is that to establish the significant implications of the fiscal autonomy of the states and the challenges faced by the states and its way forward measures for its consideration. And also, from the research paper I did, it is very evident proved that the coordination between the center and the state on the fiscal matters is very much important, and which can lead to a better decisions for the best of the economy. And moreover, the other major objectives of the research paper are to analyze the implications of the GST Council's decision on the state level fiscal policy, and to provide the recommendations for the improving GST Council decision making process to ensure the greater fiscal autonomy for the states. And for the research, I have used analytical method to, I have included all the judicial decisions, academic writings, and also the judicial statutes. The major challenges which are faced by the states are that the cap on the tax rates of the goods and the services, which limits the state's ability to increase the revenue. And the another major challenge is that they are required to follow a uniform tax rate for all the states irrespective of their needs. So on the one side, it may be the duty of the center for the need of the uniform rate, but in the argument of the state side, it is very evident that they are being always on the controversial issue that the revenue distributed by the center is always in a deficit form. And almost in the research paper, I have covered 10 review of literature, and overall the main is that the formula based allocation of the system. This is basically which will help to ensure that the states with a lower economic basis, example like states of Bihar and UP have the larger population and the lower economic basis. So they receive the greater share of the GST revenues when compared to the states like Maharashtra and Gujarat, which basically have the smaller population and the higher economic base. Therefore, in the review of literature, it is very well known that the equitable distribution is very necessary for the betterment of the nation. And finally, for the raised issues and the concerns, the solutions will be like the improved transparency and the accountability, and the increased revenue level representation, and the fair revenue sharing formula, and the consultation and the engagement. Despite of these limitations which are being dealt, but of course the GST regime has brought the several benefits too, like uniformity, simplified tax structure, and the improved revenue and the economic growth are very no. And in the case of Union, the Supreme decision making process is basically or the etc. Conclude and for the future directions by the center will be better. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Deepanjali, it was a lucid presentation.
Yes,
it was
sir.
nice and brilliant.
Thank you,
And I just want to know what are your findings. So you have given a lot of positive findings regarding the fiscal economy, its impact on the states.
It's always been an issue on the side of the center, on behalf of the center. The revenue share. According to the GST Council, it is very evident that the revenue for each state will be dependent upon the and it's always been a controversial part of the southern and for the revenue distribution, sir. But overall, the GST Council has to is a one unit, and it has to be for the overall nation's wealth. So of course, it can't be stated as a negative side, but it has been a controversial side, sir.
Yes, thank you.
Yes,
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next, I thereby invite Mr. Srivatsan, LM, his paper title, Ignited Fiscal Freedom and GST Council's New Era.
Good afternoon, esteemed judge, listeners and fellow presenters. I am Stevenson and my topic is Ignited Physical Freedom and GST Council New Era. In my paper, it's explored the evolution of physical autonomy, roles of physical autonomy in India, and positive impact, challenges, and legal issues and policy recommendation. First, during the colonial era, the physical power was controlled under British rule. After the independence, the Indian government established Fiscal Commission under Article 280 Indian Constitution, and later in 2017, the Indian government was established GST Council in the 101st Constitutional Amendment to unify the tax reforms and replacing the fragmented tax structure across the India. The roles of key physical autonomy in India. There are 4 roles: GST Council, Fiscal Commission, RBI, and CAG. GST Council to structure the taxes, reform the tax, and resolving dispute between central and state. Fiscal Commission, it's distribute the revenue share between the central and state. RBI, it monitors monitoring the monetary funds and money rotation. CJ, it advises the monetary terms and revenue taxes. Its positive impact: enhancing the local government, facilitating efficient resource allocation, promoting the economic development. The challenges of physical autonomy is physical disparity among the state, coordination issues between the central and state. The legal issues and policy recommendations are legal frame under Article 264 to 293, and it enhances the revenue generation capability, strengthen the accountability mechanism, promoting intergovernment coordination. Thank you to all.
So, Mr. Srivatsan, I just want to know 2 things from you. So, what is the role of Reserve Bank of India and the Comptroller and Auditor General of India as far as the GST Council is concerned?
First, the GST Council to reform the taxes like stamp duty, GST goods and service taxes like goods and service across the India. So it monitors the taxes also. The RBI functions for the functions like only can give the license to banks and other monitoring the money. Policies like what we are doing, what we should go.
Production there. Okay, it seems that you have reproduced that. It is there. But anyway, I think you need to refine your paper. You need to refine your research there. Chisel down on certain other things, and then you can have a good paper there. Okay. Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I invite Ms. Aishwarya N. to present the paper on the essence of fiscal federalism in GST and the Constitution on par with the fiscal issues between the Union and the state.
Good afternoon to one and all present here. I am Aishwarya from Dr. Tamil Nadu Ambedkar Law University, and my topic is the essence of fiscal federalism in GST and Constitution on par with the fiscal issues between the Union and the state. And in my abstract, I covered what is federalism. It is a sharing of relationship between the Union and the state. And what is fiscal federalism is the sharing of responsibility and the distribution of taxes between the Union and the state. And in the also covered that prior to the introduction of GST, we have come up with the destination cum consumption based tax. For example, let us think that if a state of Karnataka has been manufacturing a bike and it has been sold to the state of Tamil Nadu, while state loses autonomy and the state of Tamil Nadu will get the revenue. And on my introduction part, I have covered that the GST has been came into the force under the 101 Amendment Act by insertion of this Article 246A deals with the futures which affects the fiscal federalism as well as the as par with the GST regime. And there is a concept of dual GST model in which the both central and the state will contribute equally under the dual GST model. And secondly, I have discussed about the GST Council. The GST Council, as per Article 279A, they have come up with a council on which they come to a concept of cooperative federalism into the play. And here, the major issues that I have find is like the proportion of the state and central representation to the GST Council. As per this article, they have stated that there will be an 3/4 majority of passing a bill, like on which the 1/3 is on the state and 2/3 upon the entire, 1/3 upon the central and the 2/3 aggregated to all the states, in which the state loses autonomy. Since we have 29 states, the aggregation of all the state only contribute 2/3 majority in that, on which there need a change to form that reservation. Looking about the compensation to the state upon the implementation the horizontal income generates forest thing. And 15th law 2011 upon the 1970 census. Speaker like to find that there is a concept of granting aid under Article 275, in which there is a concept of discretionary point. So the discretionary point, to wind up that, the speaker like to state that